After nearly a month off, the PBA50 Tour returns to action here at River City Extreme in Monticello, Minnesota, and the PBA50 River City Extreme Open. Good morning, everyone. I'm Phil Bryler. With me in the booth, first time, Chase Kaufman. Chase, thanks for joining us this week. And it's going to be an interesting week. These guys had a month off. The last tournament they bowled, Senior U.S. Open, big grind all the way out through that tournament, tough shot. This week here, though, they're getting a little bit, not on a super soft pattern, but this Dick Weber pattern, don't have to worry about throwing the ball very hard with the distance and the volume of the pattern.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's 45 feet long. It's got 21 units of oil, and it's a 3.2 to 1 ratio pattern. So I'm expecting a lot of guys to start up second arrow and possibly move in, depending on how many high rev players there are in each squad. So it looks like they'll probably be going around third to fourth arrow by the end of the day, looking at practice yesterday.
Yeah, and let's get to the lanes right now because they're not wasting any time getting in action here. And one of the guys that's always a threat in every tournament he bowls, doesn't matter if it's a PBA50 or the Go Bowling PBA Tour, Norm Duke on this starting pair with Harrington, Phillips, and Shasau. It's one of the more interesting centers we bowl in now on the PBA50 Tour, as it's a 32-lane center, but 8 of those lanes are in a separate, I guess you can call it party bay. It's made specifically for birthday parties, corporate gatherings, that type of thing, and those lanes won't be in play this week, so we have a 24-lane bay that the players are using, and they will be basically crossing the house twice today. They'll be moving pairs as always, but not as many pairs to go over in 16 games of qualifying. Some of these guys are going to hit 4 pairs twice during the qualifying rounds, and from talking to the players, not a lot of difference from pair to pair in this house. Topography in the house pretty good all the way across. Not a lot of pairs all of a sudden you could get surprised on when you make the move from pair to pair. So I would expect the scoring pace to be medium to high this week. I don't think we're going to see the grind where it only took a 204, 205 average to make match play like it did at the Senior U.S. Open. Top 24 will make match play this week, and I think it could actually be a 215, 216 average to get to that point for these players.
Yeah, the last time they bowled on this pattern was actually last season. It was the PBA50 event, so a lot of these guys haven't even really bowled on this pattern in the last couple of years. But last season at the Dick Weber event, cut line for top 32 was a 212.7 average. That was a 97 bowler field, so expect to see it go a little higher than that, considering this is a PBA50 event, not a PBA60 event. So I think we get into the 215, 220 range.
Yeah, and we're definitely not seeing a lot of equipment with surface on it. I mean, a lot of times with these PBA50 players, you're going to have a slower ball speed than you see on the Go Bowling PBA Tour. And they really want a little more pop on the back end with a little less surface on the ball. If you get a little more shine, a little more polish on it, once it gets off the end of the pattern, it'll go from that roll phase and into the hook phase, and then really just make that nice hook back to the pocket, roll out to the pocket, and save that energy for when it's needed. You don't have to have a big hook on this 45-foot pattern, but you have to have it hook in an effective spot.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people trying to play deep yesterday in the practice session, later in the session, just to see what would happen. As they got towards that third arrow, 15, 16, 17 range, saw a lot of people not able to get that back end that they'd probably like to see. Saw a lot of 10 pins being left, so it'll be interesting to see when they start going deep, if they start going deep on this pattern.
Take a look down here. After Duke's shot, we'll look at another gentleman who had a pretty solid outing last year here in Monticello, and that was Greg Thomas. Thomas led the first day of qualifying here last year when it was on the Don Carter pattern, but struggled on day 2. He was 213 over day 1, just 37 over on day 2. Gave him a 1-round bye into the matrix of fairness, as he skipped Cash's round, but then got knocked out in modified match play round 1. No matrix of fairness here this week in Monticello. Simply a cut to the top 24 for 12 games of modified round robin match play on Friday prior to our 5-player stepladder finals Friday evening. And there you see Greg Thomas right there, just the release. It's all in the release. It's all at the bottom of the swing in a lot of cases, and that one just gave it a little too much. And next thing you know, the old 9-pin, the old soul sucker of a 9-pin.
Mr. Thomas coming off a 30th place finish at the U.S. Senior Open. Again, each of these guys will bowl 8 games of qualifying for this squad. And then they will re-oil. And then the B squad will come in at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Or 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, my mistake. And they'll bowl 8 games. Then they flip-flop tomorrow. B squad will bowl first. And A squad will come in right after. They will re-oil between the squads. So no burn bowling this week, at least between qualifying. Then on Friday for match play, they bowl 6 games of round robin at 9 o'clock. And they won't re-oil. They'll bowl another 6 games starting at 1 o'clock. And from there, the top 5 bowlers will advance to the stepladder final. That'll start approximately 5 o'clock on Friday.
Harrington and Duke both on the front 3 on this pair. As always, players receive their 15 minutes of practice prior to the start of competition today. And what usually happens is that we have a flurry of high scorers in game one, and then as the players move across the bowling center, the scoring pace will slightly fall off. And you already see Duke, as Chase mentioned in the open, right around second arrow, playing it relatively straight through the front part of the lane. And not a lot of surface on that ball, but the ball still picking up the roll. These players always want to see that ball starting to pick up the roll in the pattern. Otherwise, you can get a little uncontrollable on the back end if that ball starts to make a move 48, 49 feet down lane. So even though there's oil all the way to 45 feet, the dynamics of the bowling balls is where the players want to see the ball start to roll 37, 38 feet down lane. That's one thing with a lot of casual players, league bowlers, don't bowl a lot of sport type conditions. They're all worried about what the motion's like the last 15 feet, maybe 20 feet of the lane. These players are worried about the ball motion from their toes to the head pin. They're watching every phase of that ball motion whenever possible. And when they can't watch the ball come immediately out of their hand, in a lot of cases, it's tough for the players to pick up the first 8, 10, 12 feet. Well, that's where the ball reps come into play. And it's Matt McNeil, great USBC Open competitor, and he's done some part-time competition on the Go Bowling PBA Tour this year. He had a solid World Series of bowling for being a part-time player, and Matt here representing Storm and Rotogrip players this week. He's out checking out the competition. Of course, Tom Carter here as well. And we'll have Tom Carter. I always say we'll have him in the booth with us. I'm hoping one of these days that we don't, and he makes a stepladder final. But Tom, competitor at every event out here on the PBA50 tour. And if Tom doesn't make that stepladder, we'll have him in the booth with us on Friday evening for that stepladder final. Let's give you your timetable of the week here for competition. We're underway with A squad. B squad will take to the lanes 4:30 p.m. Eastern time here at River City Extreme. There is a re-oil between the qualifying rounds this week. And of course, day 2 of qualifying, squads flip-flop when it's a 2-squad event. So A squad will be back at 4:30 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. B squad gets the short rest. They'll be back at 11 a.m. And then we'll cut to our top 24 for match play. Right now, 26 players will take home a check from this event, but only 24 will make match play. First match play round on Friday begins at 10 a.m. Eastern time. 6 games of match play that initial round. There will not be a re-oil during match play, so it's a short turnaround as they're going to finish about 1 p.m. Eastern time. They'll be right back on the lanes 2 o'clock after a quick lunch break for the final 6 games of match play on Friday, and then the top 5 bowlers will advance to the stepladder finals. Scheduled starting time will be 6 p.m. Eastern time on Friday.
Saw Norm send that one out a bit at the break point, leave a light 10-pin. Leaves Don Harrington with the front 5. And then a pair to the right of them on 15 and 16. See Paul Fleming there with the front 6 about to step up on the right lane. Other than that, I don't see any other strings going. Score's not looking amazing so far. Then again, only halfway through the first game.
Duke looking to bounce back after the rare single pin miss. Surprised he didn't take a re-rack. That 4-pin looked a little wide on the 2, but he gets them all to go. Of course, during qualifying of PBA50 events, match play rounds, any game of PBA50 competition, players are allowed 2 re-racks at their discretion.
Harrington's run also ends in the 6th frame. Also leaves a 10-pin. Nice spare by Lyle Kuhlman to the right of Don. Lyle's working on a pretty solid game. First 3 spare, next 2 spare. Punch out for 233. Don cleans up his 10-pin on lane 14. Paul Fleming steps up on lane 16, working on the front 6. That one comes in a little high, leaves a 4-pin. His run ends there.
Well, shouldn't be a surprise. Walter Ray Williams Jr., the man looking to break the all-time PBA50 titles record this week. He's in that tie with John Herxina at 14. Walter Ray off to a solid start here in the opening game. He's down on 3 and 4 outside of flow zone coverage, but he's got a spare and the next 6 strikes. So Walter Ray pacing out at 290.
Walter Ray at 14 titles now. Won the first 3 of the season on the PBA 50 tour.
Yeah, front 10 in a victory in Clearwater, Florida. And at 279 against Michael Haugen Jr. to take the championship in the PBA 50 National Championship in the Villages. And Danny Wiseman had a chance to step up in the 10th frame and steal a title away from Walter Ray in Mooresville, but Wiseman said, I had 2 choices, move left or move right. I moved left, and it was the wrong choice. In the 10th frame, and Wiseman left the 4-pin, and that let Walter Ray escape with 3 consecutive titles.
Trying to keep stringing these strikes now, trying to get back on the train. That was a nice shot there. Paul Fleming right to your right on lane 15. Comes in high again, leaves the big 4. And if he gets 2 here, he'll be at 193 in the 8th frame.
do you give odds for Fleming on this one? 10,000 to 1?
Yeah, I'll take them. Anytime you give me 10,001, I'll take them. I don't care what it is. I owe you $1.
Yeah. Oh, no. Well, it's 10,000 to 1 if it's a minimum $100 wager.
Oh,
no.
All right, well.
We're high rollers here in the Flow Zone booth.
Apparently so.
We don't mess around. Sorry you didn't get that memo from production. Apologize.
I'll make it back somewhere. I see a 210 on lane 13. Try that one.
That's like 5. That's like 5 to 1. That's
That is Brian Phillips going for the 210, a super senior from Michigan. Not able to convert. Struggling a bit this game. 4 opens. Don Harrington leaves the pocket 5-10, almost a pocket 5-7-10. That was close. Wow.
Did it just look to you like just a little quick out of the hand, not enough revs?
It looked all right. Maybe a little fast when it got to the pocket. Was obviously pretty flat, but I didn't think it was 5-7-10 flat. Bowlers now finishing up game 1 on some of the pairs. Scott Greiner on lanes 19 and 20 with a solid 256. Front 2, next couple spares, and then had a good string of strikes going.
Yeah, Greiner was our qualifying leader here last year. And got the 2 rounds of bye in the Matrix of Fairness.
Average 226 to lead qualifying.
But unfortunately, he's a little too little too late as he had a terrible match play round, went 1 and 5 in match play. And ended up finishing the event in 12th position. That is one thing about the Matrix of Fairness. It is just, it is righteous, but it is also very painful when you're the qualifying leader and start your second match play round with the same count as every other player coming into that round, which is 0. But no worries about that this week, as this is a traditional style event, qualifying with those pins carrying over to match play, and the 30 bonus pins per game in match play coming up on Friday. Yeah, interesting pacing here. We've got a couple of pairs here with 4 on a pair. 77 players in total entering this event, so with 12 pairs in play, if we had 72 players, it would have worked out perfect with 3 per pair, but only one way to do it. As Duke comes high, and that's not the break you really want with a 9-pin back there. You want to have that 6 help you out with taking down the 9. Fleming taking a re-rack as he's looking to polish off 253.
Already with the first one in the 10th. Then back down 2, 3, and 4 as he steps up right now. Walter Ray still with his streak going. And it looks like he continued that. Got the first one in the 10th. So a couple more there for a 290. And it looks like he's going to be our game 1 leader.
Well, don't say that because Walter Ray is still stringing him down there. He's got the first one in the 10th, and Walter Ray is still looking at a possible 290. Definitely top 5 score, though. No doubt.
290 probably down there as he gets the 11th. Got Paul Fleming here in the 230s. On that 250 game.
All right, I'll give you the old 5-1 again in this one for Fleming. I mean, that's a lane talk stat right there. That's the old 22%.
I like the chances.
All right, here we go.
Phil Ball probably pretty relaxed. Usually when you're more relaxed, I think you bowl better a lot of times. So we'll see what happens here.
So you're saying he's going to convert it?
I think he will.
All right.
I'll be down, Paul.
Makes the experiment on the strike ball. See, always on the 12 shots. See?
Gosh. I'm a rookie still, Phil. Give me some props here. Come on.
Well, that's why we got to take advantage.
Right.
You got to take advantage of you while you're green out here. So now you got your first game under the books. We're going to be ready for Game 2 coming up shortly as these players finish up. We'll get you the Game 1 scores when we come back here from River City Extreme in Monticello, Minnesota, and the PBA50 River City Extreme Open.
Back here for Game 2 of the River City Extreme Open qualifying. Getting our first look at Game 1 scores, and I haven't looked yet, Phil. I'm going to do a guess for each time, and I'll say top 12 right now just because it's only half the bowlers right here, though top 24 make it. I'll guess 207 is 12th right now. How close am I?
6 pins. I'm not going to tell you which direction. I'll let you figure it out in just a minute.
213. Walter Ray leading, of course, at 290. Scott Greiner coming in second at 256. Fleming in third, 236. Harrington, we saw him shoot 235. All the way down to 213. A tie for 12th actually right now at 213. And Harrington and Duke beginning game 2 right where they left off. Both with the front 3 just like game 1. Continues his pace, now with the front 4. Norm also continues his pace with a nice shot front 4 as well. Move over to 13 and 14, where you got some new bowlers coming in. Lucien Casagrande, Henry Dawson, and Warren Eels.
The large house of Lucius Casagrande. That would be large house. I don't know a lot of Spanish, but
I was confused at that one for a second. You had to explain that one too. Bowlers moving just 1 pair after each game, so they'll hit 8 of these pairs today. And then they'll hit most likely 4 of the leftover pairs tomorrow and then repeat on another 4 pairs. 24 lane house, 12 pairs, 16 games. Started his game off with a 186. Henry Dawson had a nice 213. He's right there, tied for 12th. Casagrande with a 168. Henry able to trip out a 2-pin. We'll go back to Don Harrington and Norm Duke, both with the front 4. Norm comes in a bit light, able to kick out that 5-pin, still around where he started. Right up, second arrow, getting it out to around 5-6. Five-foot pattern, 21 milliliters of oil. Harrington comes in just a bit high there. Leaves a 9-pin.
Henry Dawson had a pretty good weekend. A lot of these players participated in a regional event in Freeport, Illinois for the PBA50 members on their way up here to Minnesota. And, of course, Jeff Johnson, PBA50 member, owner of Four Seasons Lanes in Freeport. And good finish for Dawson. High super senior player in that event with Terry Metzner, both eliminated in the round of 8 during the match play bracket portion of the tournament. So a quality regional stop for Dawson on the way here. That event, Brian Kretzer took out David Axon in the championship match. And we'll see Kretzer during B squad qualifying later today. Quite a few notables coming in on B squad. Ryan Schaefer, Lenny Borsch Jr., the man who finished second here last year, Bob Learn Jr. Ted Steichoff. Good to see Ted back out here. Didn't see him on the West Coast swing. Had a lot of family things that took priority, so good to see fabulous Ted Steichoff back out here. Harry Sullins on B squad. Joel Carlson, our winner in our inaugural event in New Jersey back in May. Carlson making another appearance. Steve Hoskins, one of the players going for Rookie of the Year on the PBA50 Tour this year. Man looking for his 4th consecutive PBA60 Player of the Year award. Ron Moore, he's got a substantial lead over Mike Diaz in that point standings. John Burkett coming back from his tweaked knee at the Senior U.S. Open. Good to see Burkett on the roster here on B squad. Amleto Monticelli, Brian LeClaire, and last year's champion, Michael Haugen Jr., all players you'll see on B squad coming up at 4:30 Eastern time this afternoon.
Only bowler that made the stepladder last year and is in A squad, Norm Duke. Right now on 15 and 16. Just left a 10-pin off the front 5, exactly what he did last game. We'll see if he can convert this spare this time. It's right to your right on lane 16. Norm does clean that one up. And Norm and Walter Ray both fighting for that high average on tour right now. Right now in 3rd and 4th, however, 1st and 2nd are kind of low on the game total, so Norm and Walter are kind of up there. Norm's at 152 games, Walter's at 220. Norm averaging 231.7, Walter Ray at just over 230. It's probably pretty close now after that game 1 even. Scott Greiner had a 256 game 1. Here in game 2, got a spare in the 8th with a 133 in the 7th. So he can strike out for a 213. See what he does there. Pete Weber had a 212 game 1, just 1 pin back of that 12th place spot right now. Obviously, it's still early.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Walter having a chance to break his tie with John Handegard for the most PBA50 tour titles in a career. Okay, it's not too far behind, though. You just mentioned Pete Weber. Pete, 11 titles in full, but it's been almost 2 years since we've seen a win from Pete on the PBA50 tour. Last time we saw that was in Fort Wayne, Indiana, at the Hayes Insurance Group Championship. And Weber can get out of that tie with Gene Stuss at 11 if he wins here this week, moving to a tie with 3 other players, Tom Baker, Gary Dickinson, and Dale Eagle, all with 12 titles each.
He's on a good track, too. Finished 10th at the Senior U.S. Open. Let's see what he can do here.
That was by far his best finish in the 2019 season on the PBA 50 Tour.
Nice to see him back on the high road. Obviously, he had those health problems for the last few years, so we'll see how it turns out here.
Yeah, Pete's fiance Renee here this week once again, keeping an eye on things, and she's always his biggest supporter. Well, second biggest supporter, I think, because we all know Kenny Seymour loves Pete Weber. Kenny, hey, I heard you had surgery yesterday. Hope you're out of surgery. Hope all is well, and hope you're watching us this morning here in the Flow Zone. Pete came up to the booth this morning, wanted to make sure that we said hi to you as soon as possible. We're going to wait until Pete actually made one of our pairs, but it's going to be another game or two yet, so we'll get that hi, Kenny, out of the way right away.
Should be appearing on lanes 13 and 14 in Game 5. Give it about an hour and a half or so.
And the bell rings and round one's underway, apparently. There's a very large game room here at River City Extreme. I must admit, I played a few games this morning before we got on the air.
Hit the bonus, though.
Hit a bonus of the ball drop game, so that's already 400 tickets in my pocket. So, I know I got my eye on that giant Pikachu back there, so give it to my godson. I don't know how many tickets I need for that yet. I gotta go take a look later on.
He looks like a couple thousand to me, something like that.
But a huge family entertainment center here in Monticello, part of the Triple Shift Entertainment Group. Owner of that group, president of that group, Robbie Spigner. Of course, Spigner, very famous name is bowling. His dad, Bill, his mom, Barb, both been part of the bowling industry, whether bowling or owning a center or coaching for many, many years, and director of operations for Triple Shift Entertainment, Mike Fagan, former PBA player as well. So I want to thank Triple Shift Entertainment for their support in bringing the PBA 50 Tour back to Minnesota for the second consecutive year.
Harrington Duke still clean here in 15 and 16. Couple pairs over. Paul Melans with a nice 236. Edward Peterson with a 221. Scott Greiner did end up striking out to finish with a 213. And Norm Duke, for the second time today, leaves the 3-9-10.
So these players are going to be finishing up their 10th frame. They're going to be bringing in some new players into the Flow Zone. And we're going to have our third game of qualifying competition here from A Squad coming up for you shortly. PBA50 River City Extreme Open from Monticello, Minnesota. Keeps rolling on here in the Flow Zone, and you're watching it exclusively on Start to Finish on FloBowling.
Back here at the River City Extreme Open, presented by Hammer. Game 3 of 8, starting right now. Right here on 15 and 16, Gary Green, Jim Horan, and Daniel Freon. And we'll get those Game 2 scores out to you as soon as possible. Some new bowlers coming in to the live streamed pairs. Got Ricky Schisler, Steven Jansen, and Curtis Matlock. Jansen high on their pair in game 1 at a solid 223. Super senior from Wisconsin. Matlock unable to convert the 2-4-5-7 there. Back to 15 and 16. Gary Green, Jim Moran, Daniel Freon. All with at least a strike to start. Gary working on 2. And we now have scores after game 2. Jumping up to first, Don Harrington at plus 93. Don went 235, 258. Walter Ray only finished with a 194 after starting out strong with a 290. Drops to second at plus 84. Scott Griner in third, plus 69. Norm Duke in fourth at 65 over. Fifth place, plus 43. Dropping all the way down to 12th place is Edward Silva, now at plus 16. So 208 average right now is number 12. Obviously top 24 may cut, but since it's just half the bowlers here, we'll just focus on top 12 for now to get you a better idea of where the cut line might be tomorrow. Even though we still have 14 games to go for each bowler. 16 for B squad. Green, Horan, front 3 here on 15 and 16. Don Harrington over on 19 and 20. Front 3, Norm stepping up, doubles in the second and third. Couple pairs with 4 on a pair here, still keeping up pace pretty nicely. Obviously the one we're looking at right here with Harrington and Duke, pair of 4 already in the third frame, and then one more down on 5 and 6. They are getting into the second frame now, so pace is rolling smoothly.
Bowlers don't care about pacing. They don't care. They'd wait all day to throw a ball. No, let's be honest.
8-lane courtesy.
Hey, it's Keith Lesko, everybody, walking through the building. I don't think you sent out to the truck. Try getting his attention more than a wave, but that's not happening. He's already down by lanes 3 and 4. Yeah, just a visit out to the truck. Talk to Keith Broval, the head of player services on site. And not an unusual amount of bowling balls being drilled for players at this event. They knew what they were getting into with the Dick Weber pattern. And so not a lot of new pieces of equipment being drilled for players, but enough to keep busy.
Back to 15 and 16, Gary Green now with the front 4 as he trips out the 4-pin there, comes in a little high. Green in 20th right now, a super senior non-member from Wisconsin. He is minus 12 for 2.
Wisconsin. If you say it in your proper Northwoods Minnesota voice. Now it's not quite to the point of Fargo here, but we're a good hour northwest of the Minneapolis, St. Paul metropolitan area.
Paul Fleming, after that game 1 of a 236, dropped down a bit, shot 178 game 2, but is back on track here for game 3. Strike spared next 3. About to step up in the 6. We'll move to him once he does. Green misses headpin right, leaves the washout.
Yeah, you can see even with the 3.2 to 1 ratio, these players are dealing with on this Dick Weber pattern balls that get quick and leak to the right, don't have the recovery room.
Your line nice and straight. Seen a lot of misses just like that. Art's got no way it's coming back. Good amount of out of bounds on this pattern.
Course Chase, one of your jobs this week being new to the Flow Zone booth was you need to check all escape routes out of Monticello in case there is a emergency over at the Monticello nuclear generating plant, not too far away from where we're at River City Extreme. So do you have your escape route planned just in case there is a emergency at the nuclear plant?
Oh yeah, I planned that before I even got here. I'd made sure. Flew in my private jet here, so it's just waiting for me outside.
I thought Tom Clark sent you the PBA charter. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just
making
sure
sure.
my
Usually,
private jet. More fun.
Well, yeah, but don't say that too loud because if you have student loans, they'll come back and next thing you know, your days of private jetting are over. Yeah, you got to keep that private jet stuff on the QT.
Gotcha. Duly noted. Daniel Freon, nice double there.
George, this is unusual because most people, if they think of the Mississippi River, they think of when you see it when you're near St. Louis, going south, New Orleans, how wide it is here. It's really not that wide as you're west of the Twin Cities. It's not. It's a substantial estuary, but not very large, and lots of lakes and stuff that feed into the Mississippi. So by the time it does get to the Minneapolis-St. Paul metropolitan area, it becomes a bit wider, and then of course at the border with the state of Wisconsin, to the southwest of the Twin Cities, it merges with the St. Croix River, and becomes a very wide mile-plus river that many people are used to seeing in movies and such. Monticello population about 13,000 people. It's always fun going to these smaller communities, whether it's on the Go Bowling PBA tour here on the PBA50 tour. Number of fans out already this morning checking out the bowlers, and it's close enough to the Minneapolis-St. Paul area that we'll get many people coming out for the evening squads after they get done with their work days, and they'll come out and check out what's going on with the PBA50 players.
A lot of room for them too, so if you're nearby, come on out.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of weeks ago on the Go Bowling PBA Tour, Lubbock's not a small city by any way, shape, or form. I mean, 250,000 people in that metropolis, but you get the small town feel when we're there at South Plains Lanes. Jonesboro, city of about 50,000 people, hosting on the Go Bowling PBA Tour for several seasons now. Always fun going to that event as well. Coldwater, Ohio, we'll be going there in August as part of the USBC Cup Summer Tour for the PBA. A ton of 4,000 people, 16-lane bowling center, and that event already on a waiting list for the players that weren't able to get in on the original date. That is a very popular event. This year sponsored by bowlerstore.com and Moxie's Extra Pair. So talk a little bit about the upcoming both PBA50 schedule and Go Bowling PBA Tour USBC Cup Summer Tour schedule as the day goes along. Of course, 8 games here in this qualifying round. We're in Game 3, and 8 games this afternoon for B Squad when they take to the lanes at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Back here to 19 and 20. Don Harrington, Norm Duke. Continuing once again where they left off. Don Harrington front 6 here on lane 19. And Norm went spare next 5 on. He's about to be on lane 20. Nice shot from Don there. Right over 14 at the arrows. We'll see where Norm's at. He started around 9-10 at the beginning of game 1 right after practice. See if he's inched in a little bit. By inched in, I mean that literally. Each board 1 inch on the lane. Norm Duke working on 5 in a row. Comes in a bit high, trips out the 4. Lucky just to leave the 9. Looked like he rolled over 10 still. Might be a little faster than he was in game 1. Walter Ray Williams Jr. on lanes 11 and 12. Started off with a spare. Next 3, a little behind.
Yeah, you just mentioned Norm Duke and the ball speed. I mean, it's such an advantage that Duke has compared to so many other players on any tour. The way he can change ball speed and touch. I mean, the next closest thing you have to it over on the women's tour is Liz Johnson, who can, we've seen Liz not exactly slow wheel it, but she definitely can keep the pace down. Let the ball read where it needs to on the lane, but Duke can just, go to the C game, the D game, the E game, and still be a competitive force on the lanes. Another prime example of that's Jason Belmonte, another player just doesn't get enough credit for what he can do with touch and speed control. I mean, here's Belmo bowling in Lubbock to kick off the USBC Cup Tour. Hasn't barely touched the bowling ball in a month. Doesn't have much equipment with him. Not at the sharpest physical game. Wasn't feeling well, had a bit of an illness, and still finished 9th in that event. And he really used his touch to keep the ball in play. Got to the point where the pattern was conducive to the slow wheel. And even not at the top of his game, Belmo was still able to stay competitive. Going to his, well, does Belmo really have a B game? Let's be honest. It's like saying Norm has a B game.
Right.
It's just his game. It's his sandbox, and if he allows us to play in it.
You could probably tell Norm Duke just to play one line for the entire day. I could tell him play 10 to 7 with the same ball. He probably could do it all 8 games, just change up his hand position for the entire 8 games. Probably still make cut, I bet. Heck, I'd be surprised if we see him move more than an arrow today. Almost getting to end of game 3 and really hasn't changed much up. Sped up a little bit. Get a better look on this shot right here. See if maybe he moves in a little bit after almost going 4-9 the last shot.
That ball read a hair early. Yeah, you see right there. You hit some. It's only 21 and a half milliliters in the pattern. And with the Brunswick Envoy lane machine, it only lays oil down in a forward motion. So sometimes the hold in the pattern can go away pretty quick in the front part of the lane as the lane oil gets transferred by the bowling balls. And that one right there, I think Norm threw it exactly where he wanted to. But when the ball reads 8-10 feet into the pattern because there's some friction from the oil going away, your eyes can get fooled by that a little bit. And I'm sure Norm will make the move. Yeah. In the 10th frame on that lane, he knows he's all of a sudden hit a bit of early friction. Interesting that Norm went for it that way. Understand, have the 4 hit the 9 and roll forward into the 6. I guess, hey, he's Norm.
Yeah,
he can shoot it any way he wants.
It's interesting because if you get the 1, don't get the 2, you're losing yourself a pin. So I say if you can get it basically 1 out of 10 times, 2 out of 10 times, you're kind of profiting, I guess, in a way, just because you're going to get the 9-10 pins next ball anyway. So if you can get it once out of those 10 shots, then it'll become worthwhile over the period of time. So I like to think of it that way. If you can make it 10% of the time, then you're gaining pins on it. Then again, that is a very tough spare. So in the long run, probably evens out.
Over the hundreds of thousands of games that Norm has bowled on the PBA Tour over the years. What we got coming up in game 4? We got to have some new faces moving into play, one would figure.
Coming up, we have, looks like Brian Goebel, Todd Norris, and the one and only Pete Weber.
That's some good eyes to have here coming up in game 4.
Pete having a solid game right now. Started with the front 4, next 4 spares. Don Harrington after leaving the left side sleeper in the 8th frame. Comes back with a strike there. Max out for 278. See what Norm does here. If he probably is going to move another board left.
No, he actually wheeled that a little to the right, and I don't think that was intentional looking at the result.
Yeah, that was interesting. He hit around 8-9 at the arrows that time, hit 11 on the last ball he threw, and that one leaves a 2-pin. So, yeah, I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. We'll see. Gary Green over here on 15 and 16. Opens in the 10th, still shoots 231. Daniel Freon can clean this pair up. Strike for 207.
So we'll get some player movement, a couple new faces, including Hall of Famer Pete Weber coming into play here in Game 4 as we've reached the 3/8 mark in this A-Squad qualifying here for the PBA50 River City Extreme Open, Monticello, Minnesota. Mark it on your maps where we're at this week in Game 4 coming up next. And game 4 underway. Goebel front 4. Jansen next door front 4. We'll keep you updated on their progress. Waiting on game 3 scores. Get those live at either PBA.com and the live scoring link, or FloBowling.com and the results tab on that page. And a lot of these players, such as Pete Weber, 25 years ago this week, they were in Reno, Nevada, bowling the Reno Hilton Hotels Classic. Of course, now that hotel now known as the Grand Sierra, where the USBC Masters will take place in 2020. You'll see coverage of that event during qualifying here on FloBowling. And a couple exciting things happened during that finals 25 years ago this week. One of them being Walter Ray Williams Jr. finished second as he was beat by John Mazza in the championship match, 267 to 233. But Butch Soper opened up the stepladder finals with a perfect game over Bob Benoit. .300 to 236, Soper took that opening match. And why is that so notable, Chase Kaufman? In that match with Butch Soper against Bob Benoit, what makes it even more notable than just being the 8th perfect game on TV thrown at that time by Butch Soper?
Making me think here. Say he beat a 299. No idea.
No, it was 300 to 236. No, Benoit became the first player in PBA history to not only have a televised 300, but to also have a 300 game bowled against him on TV. Bob Benoit throwing the 5th televised PBA 300 game back in 1987 when he took the title of the Quaker Stake Open, pardon me, in 1988. Against Mark Roth, Benoit shot that in the championship match. And I'm hoping Chasing 300 comes back with Fox next year. We know a hashtag's going to go, but only Bob Benoit and Mike Albee shot 300 games in the championship match of a tournament. We had those 4 events on Fox this year with the $1 million bonus if someone were to have bowled 300. And, of course, Jason Belmonte was in all 4 of those finals. I always wanted to ask him what it'd feel like to lose out on 4 chances for $1 million, and I'm sure he'd tell you it didn't feel good, even though he won titles in a couple of those events. It didn't feel good to lose out on a chance for $1 million.
I think he had the front 4 or 5 on one of the events, if I'm not mistaken, also.
Yeah, several players of the PBA Tour have thrown 300 on TV and then also had a 300 thrown against them. Of course, the first being Bob Benoit. Parker Bone did it the reverse way. Bone had C.K. Moore throw a perfect game against him on TV in 1996, and then Bone came back with a 300 during the USBC Masters in 1998. Sean Rash has bowled 2 300s on TV and has had 2 300s thrown against him. Rash threw his 300s against Chris Loschetter during the Wolf Open as part of the Summer Swing in 2014, and in Indianapolis in 2015 during the Players' Championship, and had 300s thrown against him twice at the World Series of Bowling. Once in 2011 by Chris Barnes, and again by Ronnie Russell in 2014. So Rash has had 2 300s thrown against him. Parker Bone has had 2 300s thrown against him. But that's not the record for most 300s thrown against a player on TV. Walter Ray Williams Jr. holds that record. He's had 3 thrown against him on TV. Once by Johnny Petraglia, once by Steve Hoskins, and the 3rd time was by Norm Duke. It's still amazing that some of the greatest names in bowling, such as Walter Ray Williams Jr., Earl Anthony, never threw a perfect game on television in their careers.
Not over yet, Walter Ray. Still got a chance. See if he can make a final run at one.
Yeah, I mean, that's one record you know Walter Ray Williams Jr. wants. He wants to get that record for being the oldest Gold Bowling PBA Tour titleist. That right now held by the man he's tied with for most PBA50 Tour titles, John Handegard. Handegard was 57 years old when he won his only Gold Bowling PBA Tour title. Handegard did that back in 1995 in the Northwest Classic in Kennewick, Washington. Hey, scores are in. Chase, give us a rundown of the top 10.
Don Harrington still in the lead, shot a 276 that last game. Puts him at plus 169. Second place, Walter Ray Williams, plus 130. Drops a bit after that by 33 pins. Brian Manini, plus 97. Duke in 4th at plus 88. John Marsala rounds out the top 5 at plus 75. Henry Dawson, you see him right now, also at plus 75, tied for 5th. Also on that pair, Warren Eels working on the front 6.
Yeah, Marsala looking to turn around his 2019 at this point. Started off rough. Missed the cut at the Johnny Petraglia BBL Open and the PBA50 National Championship. But then strung together 3 straight cashes. And then missed the cut at the Suncoast PBA Senior US Open. Marsala's best finish on the season, 13th place in Mooresville back in late April. And of course, Marsala, he'll be our defending champion in a couple events when we get to Anderson, Indiana, Dave Small's Championship Lanes Classic. That'll be the 4th time we'll visit that center for a PBA50 event, and that center newly remodeled. Looking forward to getting to see that in person, and we'll show you quite a bit of that center when we're there in a couple of weeks here on the PBA50 Tour. Of course, our next stop after a couple of days off for these players is they'll make their way to long-time PBA and PBA50 hosts Olympia Lanes in Hammond, Indiana, and the PBA50 South Shore Classic. Coverage of that event will start next Tuesday here on FloBowling. And for you Matrix of Fairness fans, and we know there's a lot of you out there, Matrix of Fairness comes back and play next week.
Warren Eels leaves the 8-10 on the front 6. And also to the pair, a couple pairs left of him. Steve Jansen had the front 6. And went 9 spare in the 7th. Norm Duke shot 223 in game 3. And it wasn't a very good 223 if you probably ask him. Tripped out a 4.9, went through the face, left a 4.69. But now he is picking up the pace here. See him right to your left. Went spare next 5, and he moved way in. That's a nice shot right there. Went through about 21, 22 at the arrows. So a huge jump left for Norm right there. We saw him going up around 10, 9 the last game, and all of a sudden jumps 2+ arrows in. It's right around where Pete Weber was as well. Pete was around 21, 22 at the arrows, and it's working out for him. He went strike, strike, spare, spare, next 3. So it's starting to open up a little bit if you can possibly play that line around 4th arrow.
I'm still trying to figure out what tournament FloBowling won that they have a champions banner out between lanes 12 and 13.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for their bio on the PBA website. I see no biography for a bowler named FloBowling.
Must have been the only entrant in that tournament.
One would think there could be someone on the PWBA tour that could be a champion named Florence
Maybe.
Bowling. But yeah, looking at the PBA records, I see no title for FloBowling. We'll have to check why that.
Someone might switch their last name.
Yeah.
Maybe that happened. I don't know.
We'll have to find out on that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like seeing the banner out there. I mean, we do a lot of hard work for everybody out here to bring you these PBA events on FloBowling, but just trying to figure out their tournament championship when they won it. I'll have to search the archives here.
Pete around 20 out to 9. Comes in light though, leaves the 2-8-10. Either not happy with himself or with how that shot played out. It's been going around 21, 22. That one maybe trickled out a board or 2. Down lane and at the arrows, so interesting leave there. And whiffs on the count. Back over to 21 and 22, Don Harrington, Norm Duke, both absolutely crushing it right now. Harrington around 15, 16, 17 area. Strike spare, next 6 strikes now. Norm steps up on the right lane, working on 6 in a row, trying to make it 7. Right around 20. Comes in just a bit light, leaves a semi-flat 10-pin there. Kneels back up, goes through the face. Warren is even through 3 games, 600, +0, -0, whatever you want to call it. And Henry Dawson up on the right lane, started the game with 3 spares in a row, now has 5 in a row, and cannot make it 6. Comes in a little high and leaves a 4-pin. Everybody's starting to wrap up. Game 4 about to be halfway done here in A squad. We'll finish out on Pete Weber's pair, where Brian Goebel trying to have a solid finish here. You can finish out for a 256. Not able to kick out the 10 there. And also not able to kick out the 7. So a rough leave there for Brian. He probably would have liked to have a solid game there. Brian was minus 11 after 3. And it looks like he'll just barely be plus now after leaving that 7-10. Todd Norris had 4 in a row there, can spare here, max out for 220. So as the bowlers finish up game 4 here at the River City Extreme Open, get you some scores as we head into game 5. We'll be right back on FloBowling.
I believe in it. And I'm lucky because I cut 500 something on Saturday. I'm lucky, right? And I'm trying to adjust parts. And everything I get Friday all done. And all of a sudden it's just jammed off. So I can't do Saturday. You can get Saturday, you can get there. So Brad and I will take that. What's that? Yeah. And so I got it. We got to put the nose down to where I got Texas.
Taking another look at this Goebel, Weber, Norris threesome. Goebel, solid 2019 PBA50 season at this point. Except he's doing well in the regular events, missing out on the majors. As Johnny Petraglia, BBL Open, and the PBA50 Mooresville Open, 8th place finishes. PBA50 Northern California Classic, we saw him lose in the opening stepladder match to finish 5th. And then in the 2 majors at this point that are PBA50 events, the PBA50 National Championship and the Suncoast PBA Senior US Open, he missed the cut in both those events. We're waiting on the Game 4 scores. Have them for you shortly. I'm Phil Brylow, $2 Phil. He's Chase Kaufman. We'll give him a nickname by the end of the day, and we'll get those scores for you momentarily.
Nice shot from Pete there to give him 3 in a row as we get into game 5 here. Switch over to 15 and 16, where we now have the legend Walter Ray Williams Jr. If you notice, starting to throw two-handed now. He was throwing one-handed earlier, but I think now that he's gone deeper than he was to start, moved over to the two-hand form. He's between 3rd and 4th arrow right now. Goes spare next 2. So we'll see how that pays off for him later. Still waiting on game 4 scores. Actually, they're up right now as I say that. We had a pair of 4 waiting to finish, but now they are done, and we have a game 4 scorer still in the lead. Don Harrington at plus 215. Shot a 246 last game, averaging 253.75 for his first 4. Norm Duke still in second at plus 157. Walter Ray Williams jumps to third at plus 130. Henry Dawson in fourth at plus 122. And in fifth is Scott Greiner at plus 96. John Marsala also tied for fifth at plus 96. You can look at these standings on PBA.com or go to FloBowling.com and check the results tab. "19 players On the positive side so far, after these 4 games, Edward Silva, 19th place at +3. 12th place spot right now at +23. That's Lyle Coolman out of Woodruff, Wisconsin.
Dudek to the minus so far in this event, 23 under for the man from Orland Park. 154 last game. That's what brought him into the dark side.
That'll do it.
And Dudek, another of those guys in 2019 where you just kind of go, no, it hasn't been bad. I mean, he is a PBA60 player. Had a roll-off for the last Super Senior spot for the Matrix of Fairness when we were in Mooresville. That was, well, we won't use the word exciting, but it was definitely interesting as both players missed numerous spares, and it only took a 160 game to get out of that roll-off. Unfortunately, Dudek was on the losing end of that. Dudek's best finish so far in 2019, 31st at the inaugural Hamilton Lanes and Entertainment Center Open in New Jersey back in May. That would have been like a news story of all news stories right there. That could have actually hit the AP if Walter Ray would have missed that 5-pin.
Walter does not miss spares. Just like, I think he had a record for horseshoes. He was like 48 out of 50 or something ringers, which is just insane to me. And his single pin percentage is probably a little bit higher than that.
Dale Ray.
Nice crossover there. Didn't even know it.
Yeah, in this event with his brother Gary. Dale, though, right now bringing up the end of this 38-player A squad, 181 under after his first 4 games. So Gary Ray faring slightly better as Gary minus 85. Usually see the Ray brothers at a couple of the Midwest events every year. Gary comes up from Arizona. Brother Dale from Appleton, Wisconsin. Walter Ray not only having a spectacular year on the PBA50 tour, but he keeps adding to his total number of PBA titles through the regional tour as well. Back on the 3rd of July, Walter Ray took down the PBA50 Fairborn Central Classic in Fairborn, Ohio.
Nice shot from Pete there, trying to get on the board with a nice 270 or higher game possibly. Sparing the first next 6, so we'll see if he can get a nice big game to jump him up in that top 5 area. You know, Phil, I was looking at last year's standings for this River City Extreme Open, and out of the top 9 guys, all of them are back, and just one of those top 9 guys are bowling in this A squad, and that's Norm Duke. So even with all these big names that we're seeing right now, we still got a lot of big names to see later tonight too. So make sure you guys tune in to that one.
At 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, your start for B squad. these A squad players get the long rest, as they don't return until 4:30 Eastern tomorrow. Saw several of the players leaving the hotel this morning with golf clubs in hand, John Dudek being one of those, as many tee times have been made by these players once they are done with A squad. And I'm sure there's a couple of B squatters as well that are taking advantage of the gorgeous day here in Monticello.
Sure.
Upper 70s, no humidity. Got that out of here last night with some rain, and gorgeous day for these players to get out and enjoy some of the greater Monticello area once they're complete with their 8 games of qualifying here.
A couple nice twilight rounds in.
So Weber's 10th place finish at the Suncoast PBA Senior US Open is his best finish so far in 2019 on the PBA50 Tour. He did, however, skip the Hamilton Entertainment Center Open in New Jersey back in the beginning of May. Went home, bowled a regional near his home in St. Louis, and took down that title for PBA title number 100 across all types of PBA competition for Pete Weber. So just Pete and Walter Ray Williams in that 100 PBA title category. Of course, Pete the only player to do it twice, as we jokingly like to say, because we originally thought he had it back in 2017 when he took down the title in Fort Wayne on the PBA50 Tour. Problem is, sometimes the records are made to be broken. They get broken, and then some research gets done, and they found out when Trey Ford III won a regional title last year in the Southwest region. Trey was 17 years old when he did it, and they went back to look and compare stats against Pete when Pete won his first regional title when he was also 17 years of age. Problem was, PBA membership a bit different back in the 1970s, and Pete was only a provisional member at that point in time. He was not a full PBA member. So according to the rules of the PBA, that did not count as a title won while a member. So of course they can't take the money away from you ever, but apparently they can take the title away from you. You still get to keep the trophy, you just don't earn it as a PBA member. And I know that's a talking point for a lot of people. Even when players win PBA titles or PBA50 titles as a non-member and then join, they still don't get credit for that title because of their status at the time of the win. I mean, we have a couple of examples of that now. Warren Eels won last year in 2018 at the season opening event in Florida as a non-member. Warren Eels here this week as a member. No banner up for Eels. And you'll see a banner for Eugene McCune up at PBA50 events for his titles he won on the Go Bowling PBA Tour. However, McCune, the defending champion next week in Hammond, was not a PBA member at the time. He had dropped his membership in 2017. Was busy working full-time, running a pro shop full-time as well. And when he was bowling, rarely, as he was working so much, he found it better to just drop his card at the time. And the only reason he bowled the event in Hammond at Olympia Lanes, considered his home center, and he ended up winning the entire event. Bowled a little later in the summer as well. Had a stepladder finish in Wyoming, Michigan in the PBA50 DVA Cup final event last year for the PBA50 players. And then decided to re-up his membership. So when we see McCune again out here on the PBA50 Tour next week, he'll be the defending champion in Hammond. And he'll have a banner up there, but that's for his performance on the PBA Tour, not the PBA50 Tour. So if Pete were to go 290, I move him to plus 156. Harrington, is he down the low end now? Yeah, he's with Norm on the low end down on 1 and 2. So Harrington would have to shoot a game in the 150s to get passed by Duke or by Pete Weber.
Wish my eyes were better, I can tell.
Yeah, it's a long way down from the flow zone booth.
Not looking, doesn't look like a lot of strikes, but doesn't look like a lot of opens either. So I guess we'll find out soon.
But of course, lots of bonus pins available when they get the match play on Friday. So even if you're first in qualifying, that can change very rapidly, as those 30 bonus pins for 12 games can help players rise through the standings quickly. And if you're not taking wins, you can also fall through the standings in an extreme fashion as well.
See Pete Weber step up on lane 18, see if he can punch out for 290. This game is actually going to be, or this pair rather, one of the earliest ones to finish to the left of our streamed pairs. There's still a couple pairs that are in the 6th, 7th, 8th frames, even one in the 5th. Might be a little while before we get some new guys popping up on lanes 13 through 16. But Pete running away with high game. This game, it looks like. I don't see a lot of great scores. See what he can do here. Nice shot there. He is 64 back of Walter Ray, who is just to the pair to the left of him, and Walter Ray left a 10 pin. You can see it right there on lane 16. He can pick that up and strike out for a 218. So Pete can possibly pass him as well.
They're icing him. They know it's Pete. Look at how long that rack took. What's going on?
I think he likes pressure.
It's a conspiracy. That's left from last time, and that's why the ball didn't finish much. Lanes are getting a little bit cliffed right now, and sometimes you get that little bit of carry down combined with early burn. The ball just doesn't finish as hard. But still 279, great game there for Pete. And other players finishing this 5th game of qualifying. 3 games remaining here for A squad, B squad, 4:30 Eastern, your start time. And we'll have some player movement, some new faces back in the flow zone for the PBA50. River City Extreme Open presented by Hammer.
Back here on FloBowling for game number 6 of 8. So we get a few new players in here on lanes 15 and 16. John Marsala, Edward Silva, Mike Schmid. Take a look at Edward Silva. Last time they bowled in this pattern was the PBA50 event back last season. He qualified 8th, averaged 225 for that tournament through qualifying. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here in the first day of qualifying today. He was +3 after 4 games, sitting in 19th place. We haven't gotten game 5 updates yet. There's still one more pair finishing up. It's on 11 and 12. But they got a couple of fill balls to go.
I think it's Schmidt going back a little bit with the mid-2000s retro look when the mock collars were in fashion for many bowling jerseys. Nowadays you get either the polo collar or the little bit of the half collar. But Schmidt going full retro, mock turtleneck collar.
I like it.
Unfortunately, his bowling hasn't agreed with his collar so far at this point, as he was -80 through his first 4 games. Hey, if you're watching us in Louisiana, East Texas, West Mississippi, bat down the hatches. Looks like you guys are going to have some weather coming in over the next couple of days. No better way to get through the bad weather. Nice part about FloBowling or any of the other Flow Sports channels you might watch. Watch it on your portable devices. Watch it on your iPhone. Watch it on your Android-equipped device. And don't forget, with your FloBowling subscription, you can watch any other event that Flow Sports offers, either live or through their archives. I don't want to say millions of hours of programming available to you, but definitely thousands upon thousands. I was checking out yesterday the International Youth Finals Rodeo out of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Of course, Fire Lake Bowling Center in Shawnee, great tournament host for the PBA for several seasons now. Always like to see what's going on in Shawnee, Oklahoma, because there's nothing better than a Hamburger King hamburger in Shawnee, Oklahoma while you're there. And nothing better than a Walter Ray Williams Jr. four-bagger to start a game. Two things that never get old. My wife's cooking and Walter Ray Williams throwing four-baggers. I was trying to see if Walter Ray was getting hangry. I see a candy bar that was just delivered by his wife. Is that a Snickers by chance? I don't know. Handful of napkins. Wow, she must think he's a real slob when he's
Got to eat
eating
it
a
with a fork.
candy bar. It's not that warm in here. It's not like it's going to melt in his fingers.
Needs a fork and knife like
I
that
got to get
Seinfeld
the
episode.
in-depth on.
This is why you pay for this membership. Get that bonus coverage of what kind of candy bar Walter Ray Williams Jr. is eating. He's back with the information. So
Yeah.
what do we got?
So we have a Hershey's with almonds for the candy bar for Walter Ray.
Interesting.
Yeah, he never struck me as just a regular Hershey type, just the standard Hershey chocolate bar. I figured, if it wasn't with almonds, I figured it would have been the special dark chocolate. But no, it is the Hershey's with almonds. This is a standard size bar.
What's he drinking down there?
I believe that's a
Some kind of
diet. I
soda.
believe that's a Diet Dr. Pepper in Walter Ray's hands.
Interesting. All those commercials got to him. Now we got to find out if it worked. Stepping up on lane 17. Working on 4 in a row. Looks like we got game 5 up. Don Harrington still in the lead by over 100 pins now, plus 257. Check out what he shot that 5th game. Shot 242. Pretty solid game still.
Dropped his average.
Right.
Nice
yeah.
job, Don. Way to drop your average.
Make sure we get on
Slacker.
for that one.
Slacker.
Gosh. Norm Duke tied for 2nd, plus 148, along with Henry Dawson, a super senior. Both averaging just a shade under 230. Here's Walter. Hershey worked front 5.
No. He hasn't even broken into that bar yet.
Oh, we got to wait
It was,
then.
it was
Here we go.
He took a sip of the Diet Dr. Pepper, but did not break into the
Okay.
candy bar yet. So he probably won't. If he's he's not a superstitious person, so he's not waiting for the strike string to end to bust in the candy bar. That we know about Walter Ray. Very few superstitions, if any, for that man on the lanes. And I see him going for the wrapper. He's opening the left edge of the bar. That's surprising. I would have thought he was more of a right edge wrapper kind of guy, but he's a left edge wrapper. And he's not bear clawing it either. It's a very deliberate, very gentle opening of the wrapper. Gets about half the bar exposed and takes about a quarter of it in the first bite.
He just bit right into it. He didn't even break off a square.
Yeah, he just bit. Well, unless you don't want chocolate on your
Yeah,
fingers.
I guess so.
Even if he is only bowling two-handed, not needing the thumb, you don't want to get chocolate in any part of your hand while you're bowling.
Still against the rules, though. You got to bite him off rectangle by rectangle.
No,
That's what the napkins are for.
just chewing it like a just take it like a bear. Just chewing it like a bear. Just rip the wrapper right off and just jam the whole thing in.
Meanwhile, Pete jumped up to 4th place after that 270 game, plus 145. As we just mentioned, Walter Ray Williams Jr. tied for 5th at plus 122 with John Marsala right in front of us. Petey having a bit of trouble. His next game went open spare next 2. And he left a 10-pin there. A little bit of transition issues. He went high the first couple shots. He's a little confused, it looks like.
New spare ball for Pete, too. He had that Geico Kingpin spare ball for quite a few seasons, and now he's got the Storm logoed spare ball.
Front 6 now for the ringer. All right, after 5 games are up, guess the cut. 12th place. What do you think?
It's a little lower than I thought. I'm going to say 50. I'm going to say 50 over.
Plus 43 right now.
Wow, it's
7 off.
yeah. I think there may be a little bit of a squad disparity in this one. It could finish it. It could change itself up tomorrow. I just think maybe some of these guys may have just started too far left too quick, and maybe B squad will see something different when they hit the lanes and not start as far left. Maybe they'll try starting farther left and find even more trouble. It's all, you can predict it as much as you want. You can watch the guys in the practice session like we did yesterday. You think it's going to be a medium high scoring pace, and all of a sudden everybody decides, I got to be a little farther left or I got to be a little farther right, and all of a sudden the ball just isn't reacting the same way. Obviously, as you're going across pairs, things are broken down differently than they get during practice. So there's so many different factors from day to day. But it wouldn't surprise me, honestly, by the end of the day today, looking at the top 24, that there might be 15 guys off of B squad and just 9 off of A at the rate these guys are pacing.
Seemed like there was a little more out of bounds, or there is a little more out of bounds here today than there was yesterday watching the practice squad, and that could be because what you said, everybody just decided to start a little farther left than they did yesterday. Maybe that first arrow and out isn't as broken down as people may like to be, hence the lower scores than we expected to see. Cut's only 208 right now in 12th place, but obviously a lot of games left that could change. Walter Ray electing for a re-rack on lane 17. You can hear the air hockey in the background. We'll have to go play a couple games during the break.
It's a right-handed table.
Gotcha.
Unfair. Slow. They don't have any left-handed puck hitters, so all made for righties.
Walter front 7 now. Besides, there's a lot of games you can play with tickets. I have to go for that Pikachu still.
All right, here's a question for you. Trivia of the day. What does Walter Ray have more of? Career PBA titles or career PBA 300 games? Aha. Now, Walter Ray is not the leading 300 game bowler of all time. That's Parker Bowen III in PBA history. But what does Walter Ray have more of? Perfect games or PBA titles?
I'll say perfect games.
Not to this point. If you would have said that last year, you would have been correct. 109 perfect games for Walter Ray Williams Jr. in his long and storied PBA career. His last one coming earlier this year at the Northern California Classic in Brentwood. However, 112 career titles across the various PBA events for Walter Ray. But since he's won, since he's won 4 events already this year between the 3 PBA50 titles and the PBA50 regional last week, up until April, he had more perfect games than PBA titles. Now it's vice versa. There's Parker with 109. Parker Bone the third with 114. Bone not in the field this week. He was down with his children last week at the Teen Masters. Saw a lot of the Bone family during that coverage. And of course with Junior Gold starting this weekend and the USBC Youth Open going as well. Parker Leslie and the Bone clan all making their way to Detroit for that event as well.
Practice sessions for Junior Gold start Saturday, go through Sunday, and then qualifying Monday through Thursday. And then match play brackets will be Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, Bone right now tentatively on the roster in Anderson, where he took down that title a couple of years ago. But Bone not at this event. And not on the roster in Hammond as well. Of course, FloBowling, not just your live coverage of Go Bowling PBA Tour and PBA50 tour events, but podcasts and other features as well. And if you missed Parker Bone the third this week here in person, want to hear that golden tones talking about what he thought about the Teen Masters, what he thinks about other things in the sport of bowling. There's a podcast right now at FloBowling.com. Listen to it between blocks. Tim Berg talked to Parker Bone for about a half hour about Teen Masters, why you probably will never see it on the PBA Tour with a format like that, and why Parker's not bowling in the PBA League starting next week as well. Of course, if I were to guess about the PBA League, it would just simply be commitment to family. Taking up and meaning more to Parker right now than his own bowling. Sydney Bone at the Teen Masters just missed out on the top 18 for match play competition. Sydney finished in 19th place. Great finish for that young middle school player. And Justin and Brandon Bone both on the boys' side making match play in that event.
All right, Phil, what kind of odds are you giving me here? These three.
Trip
So
Well,
two-pin
if he's
there.
going to spin diddly down the 2-pin,
What, 1 to 5
the odds are,
in that case?
They say the 11th one's the toughest one to throw. I mean, Walter Ray proved that when he took down the title in Clearwater, had the front 10. And left the single pin in the 11th frame.
Fans now getting huddled around lanes 17 and 18.
Not getting my hopes up till he throws the 11th one. I'm not even going to watch. I'm just going to listen to the crowd reaction. Wow, Silva just spun the 4-pin around on that 4-7 over lane 16.
Nice shot there.
Did he get the 11th one? I wasn't watching, and the crowd's not exactly really loud at that point in time. Did he get it, Chase?
I think so. I don't know.
All right, I see the strike on the scoreboard now. Okay, now I'll watch. He got the hard one. This one's easy. This one's...
He's already got 11. What's one more? Uh-oh. Ball stuck on 18.
Oh, yeah, there you see it spinning around by the 7-pin gutter. In the back. Just ball change. You're good. Just ball change on the 12th shot. Why not? You have a chance to get valuable information on your 12th shot. He's going to... Why not ball change?
Right, he's already got 109 of them. What's the
Right.
difference?
I mean, he gets the $100 bonus from the PBA for shooting 300. You got to keep that in mind. He's got to pay for that candy bar and that soda somehow.
Right.
So, I mean, he can buy like
Buy a couple more.
14 more sets of that. No doubter on that 12th one. And there is perfection.
Number 110 for Mr. Williams. You know what? He must have heard you ask that trivia question, which he has more of, and wanted to even it out a little bit. So
He's still got some work to do. So, still got to get a couple more perfect games to get caught up to number of PBA titles.
I think he can do it this event. No, what he'll do, he'll tie it by the end of step ladder, but then he goes on to win the tournament, and he one-ups himself. So that should move Mr. Williams up a little bit. He was already in 5th place. Going to pass Pete Weber. Can't tell if Henry Dawson and Norm Duke are doing all right, but he was over 100 behind Don Harrington. But once we get Game 6 results, we'll let you know as everybody else finishes up. Here on FloBowling, I'm Chase Kaufman alongside Phil Brylow. Don't go anywhere.
So, Michael Haugen Jr. watching FloBowling prior to his taking the B squad today. Of course, guys like to come check in what's going on. And a valid point that Michael brought up. Is Walter Ray the first PBA player to throw a 300 game one-handed and two-handed? And that was Walter's first two-handed 300. So I'm going to unofficially say that Walter Ray Williams Jr. is the first PBA player to throw both one-handed and two-handed perfect games in competition. If someone knows to the otherwise, you know where I'm at on Facebook. Let me know, but I don't think there's anyone in PBA history that's done it one-handed and two-handed in their careers.
I can hardly think of anybody that really frequently switches between one and two-handed, let alone throw a 300 group both. So,
and the smile that Walter Ray had when I asked him, going, "Is that your first two-handed 300 game?" And he said, "Yeah." And he smiled. He's talking to me a little bit about it. And it's like he just shot his first 300 game ever. It was really neat to see that smile come across Walter Ray's face. I mean, he's going to be 60 sometime soon, and to do what he's done to stay competitive against his peers and be a threat every event he walks into, regardless of age, just goes to show that you can't just rest on your laurels in this sport, because someone will pass you. And even Jason Belmonte knows that he can't rest on his laurels because E.J. Tackett will pass him. And E.J. Tackett can't rest on his laurels because he knows Kyle Troop will pass him, and so on and so forth. So, the amount of effort it takes for these players to stay on top of their game, it's pretty incredible.
take a look over here on 15 and 16. Brian Manini, getting our first look at him today. Doing pretty well. We do have, after 6 games updated, he is in 8th right now at plus 120, and he is looking for his first PBA50 tour title. He's got a couple regional, or he's got one regional title. I'm sorry, he's got one TV appearance on the senior regional tour. No TV appearances yet. Looking to change that here this weekend in Monticello. See what he can do. But after 6 games done, Harrington, of course, still in the lead at plus 270. He's averaging 245 today, right on his tails. Walter Ray Williams after that two-handed 300. He's at plus 222. In third, Super Senior Henry Dawson, absolutely crushing the pace for Super Seniors at plus 202. He's averaging 233 right now. Norm Duke in fourth at plus 154. He went 191, 206 his last couple games, so he's kind of fallen off the wagon a little bit after a pretty solid start he had. Pete Weber in fifth, plus 151. And 12th place is still at plus 43. Steven Jansen now sits in that 12th spot. What kind of odds can I get for this one, Phil? It's 410 right here.
Greg Thomas, even money. I've seen him shoot at this before.
Didn't take it. I didn't take it. I'm still down like 3-4 units today, though, so. I just need to hit one of those 10,000 to ones, then I'll be a set for probably a few years to come. Over to 19 and 20, where John Marsala and Edward Silva are here. John in 7th right now at plus 129 out of St. Louis, Missouri. Silva, well, he dropped quite a bit. He had a 221 game 6, but when I was talking about him during game 5, he was not, or after game 5, he didn't do so well that game. He shot 128 his 5th game, and that put him down quite a bit. Got front 3 here, though. See if he can do anything with that.
I just looked at something. I know Walter Ray holds a lot of records for the PBA. I think Walter Ray's got another one across all forms of PBA competition. When he was at the event in Freeport last week, he passed the 30,000 games bowling competition across all facets of the PBA. 30,000 games of bowling.
That's a lot of bowling. That's not even including any practice games he's thrown, any league games. It's got to hit probably close to what? 100,000 in his life?
Well, one would figure at a minimum.
Right.
I mean, 30,000 games, that's if you're a once a week, 33 week a year league bowler, you'd have to bowl 300 years to equal that. I mean, back in 1993, on the Go Bowling PBA Tour, Walter Ray Williams bowled 1,300 games just on tour that season. Obviously, not as many tour events now as there were back then, but between Walter Ray on the senior tour and the Go Bowling PBA Tour, the regional tours, it's still easy for him to get 1,000 games a year in. If he so chose. Yeah, just looking at the standings right now, you've got 3 guys that have a great look, 5 guys that have a decent look, maybe 6 counting Griner, and then everybody else is chasing the field. I mean, it drops, you've got 9 guys 106 and above to the plus so far, and you go 9 more guys down, you got Dudek at -1. I mean, and that's the thing, when it starts getting spread like this, it's a lot of room from guys from B squad to work their way into match play eligible spots in the top 24. I mean, Kuhlman in 10th at +78, Jansen at 12th at +43. 35 pins, you can wedge a few guys in 35 pins there, no doubt about it. So we'll have to see if these... Walter Ray doesn't really show much in the way of signs of slowing down. He had that split in the second frame, sure, but first ball after moving pairs. Dudek here trying to get to the plus. Dudek on an open frame in the first and then the next 5. What's it going to take for the field to tighten up? I don't know if it's going to happen.
If I had to pick a side, I'd most likely say Cut's probably going to be closer to that +78 mark right now, that 213 average, just based on what I said earlier about 8 of the top 9 guys that bowled here last year are bowling tonight's squad. So I feel like with the scores we've seen today, 8 guys over 220 average, I feel like that potential is obviously there. It's just a matter of time before a lot of good scores show up.
Yeah, we'll have our defending champion, Michael Haugen Jr. coming in on B squad, reigning player of the year, and a lot of work to go if anybody's going to catch that guy on lane 22 for player of the year with the 3 titles he already has in hand. And it's not like Michael Haugen's had, if you gave his year to 95% of the players out here on the PBA tour, PBA50 tour, and said, you can have this season, just stay home, a lot of them would probably go, all right, sounds good to me. He's got a couple of stepladder finishes. Finished second in the PBA50 National Championship, lost to Walter Ray there. Lost to Joel Carlson in the semifinal of the PBA50 Hamilton Lanes and Entertainment Center Open. Just missed a stepladder in the Northern California Classic. Couple other cashes. It's been a solid year for Michael Haugen Jr., but it's not a Michael Haugen Jr. year. He can tell you that when he got done with the Senior U.S. Open, his 44th place finish there, I guarantee you there was many hours put in at the lanes to get back into true Michael Haugen Jr. shape, and we haven't had a chance to see him since Vegas, and something tells me the little extra fire burning being the defending champion here. I don't think a 44th place effort is going to be out there today or this week for our defending champion.
Only 76 bowlers this week. One did not show today. So we'll have 38 this squad, 38 next squad. Currently in game 7 of 8 right now.
Son of a gun, I had my hand in the air. No way Del Rio is going to miss that 5-pin, however. Not going to happen. I'll just taking a casual glance across the bowling center here at River City Extreme. The strings of strikes here in this game are few and far between in game 7.
Yeah, I see 1 with 3. It's Edward Peterson who just ended it right there. Other than that, I don't see much at all, really. Of course, other than the guy on your screen right now, who makes it 4 in a row. So Walter Ray, 48 pins back right now. First place leader Don Harrington. Don having himself a decent game right now. Doubled to start the game, went open spare next 3. A couple games left. We'll keep an eye on that battle between those two.
Uh-oh, Galen Key is going for the back off camera. Stuck on that shot, and he does not look like he's in good shape at this moment after that strike, and he's going back to the bowling bag. I don't know if he's going for some ibuprofen or an ice pack or a shot of morphine. Never know. Yeah, he goes right for the pill bottle. There we go. You will not keep Galen Keys off the lanes without a fight.
Bring him in on a stretcher.
Dudek, a little spinny at release, and now when you see the follow through a little short, little left as he tried to save it off of bad timing. And he's looking to save 224 out of this game after going open frame and then next 5. And a little too much on the change of direction there for Walter Ray. That's the one thing for Walter Ray, with still being fairly new with being two-handed. We see if he does make a mistake, it's not the number of revolutions, it's how the ball's being revolved. Sometimes he'll get to the bottom and that elbow will still get a little bit early, and he'll increase that axis rotation so the ball goes a bit long before really picking up on the back end. So, I mean, Walter Ray's rev rate, does it increase a bit as compared to one-handed? A bit, maybe 5 to 8%. It's not a lot on the extra revolutions. He uses the two-handed style to gain length down lane because if he, obviously 59 years of age, we're not as flexible as we used to be. It's a little hard for him to change the wrist position, kind of tuck the fingers on the bottom of the swing down to 7 o'clock or so, and then try to come out of the shot and clear the thumb on a regular basis well. So that's what really was the impetus to switch to two-handed was, you know, have the front hand to guide the ball, and you don't have your thumb in the ball, so you can rotate that hand coming through the bottom of the swing and have those fingers a little bit past the 6 o'clock position to impart the proper axis of rotation on the bowling ball that he's looking for. That one's out there by day. You saw that not clear the thumb properly. And that one, I know it's impossible for a ball to accelerate once it reaches the end of the oil pattern, but it sure didn't slow down much.
Take a look back here on 15 and 16. Brian Manini working on a 3-bagger here. Solid shot there. 4 in a row now for Brian. Brian in 8th place. As mentioned earlier, he's plus 120 on the day, 220 average. Couple pairs finishing up their 7th game. A couple already done. A few in the 10th frame. Walter Ray just left a 10-pin in the 10th, so it looks like he's gonna be in the 2 teens. Barring an irregular miss here. So it doesn't look like he's going to catch up to Mr. Harrington. Harrington down there on 7 and 8. Looks like he's got a clean game going. Probably going to stick in the 2 teens as well. On 15 and 16, Brian Manini just went through the face to leave the 3-6, 9-10. Not what you'd like to see on a nice string of strikes there. If you look up, you only got a couple frames to go, knowing you can strike out for 250 game, and then doing that, you lose count, and it's not an easy spare whatsoever. It's kind of an unfortunate shot there. Again, clean it up and shoot 235 if he strikes out. Nice spare there, though. Getting a nice hand from a fan in the background. Ryan was in 8th place, just 9 back of 7th, 11 back of 6th. So he's got a chance to move up a couple spots here before our last game to go. As we finish up here, head into Game 8, the last game of qualifying for A Squad here at the River City Extreme Open, presented by Hammer. Chase Kaufman here with you. We'll be right back on FloBowling. Chase Coffin back here with you for game 8 of 8 for Squad A's qualifying round. Every pair is in their 8th game now, some heading into the 5th, 6th frame. So we should be getting some scores after 7 pretty soon. And here they are now. So as expected, Don Harrington still in the lead at plus 294, but Henry Dawson making a strong move upwards. He is now in second at plus 244. Walter Ray plus 238 in third, and then a little bit of a drop off by about 70 pins. John Marsala jumps to fourth. Pete Weber stays in fifth. Brian Manini in sixth at plus 140. Norm Duke drops to seventh at plus 107. He had a rough 153 game back in game 7. In 12th place, it was at plus 43 after 5, plus 43 after 6, and all of a sudden it is now at plus 68. That is a 209 average, close to 210. It's kind of what we expected to see before we had gotten started here.
Yeah, and Harrington, nice start already in game 8. He's just outside of flow zone coverage, but he's got the front 3. Keep an eye on him. And been a pretty down year in 2019 for Harrington to this point. Just 2 cashes on the PBA50 tour. The high finish at 13th out in Brentwood back around Memorial Day weekend at the Northern California Classic. The unique stylings of one Greg Thomas. That swing hasn't changed in 40 years. Chris Gregg, a touring player in the early 90s. Had one TV show. Everybody remembers the Bob Vesey, Chris Warren matchup in that 1992 Florida Open, the back and forth, the smack talking, that thing. But Warren started off that show by taking out Greg Thomas in the opening match. That was Thomas's only stepladder appearance.
In 12th place right now, Lyle Coleman starting off strong, front 3 spare strike. See if he can get to around plus 100, would probably be a nice healthy 8 games for him. Non-member out of Woodruff, Wisconsin.
Ever been to Woodruff, Wisconsin?
I have not.
Great place to vacation. If you're big into fishing, there's some great, phenomenal, in the Minocqua Woodruff area, some great lakes, especially if you're into muskie fishing, something on the larger side of things. Of course, there's some good fishing around here in Minnesota as well. I heard there's some phenomenal fishing near the nuclear power plant. They got some 6-eyed fishes that grow 8, 10 feet in length. I'm kidding, of course.
What's that multi-eyed fish from Simpsons? I don't remember.
I don't remember, yeah.
Yeah, I think the state has a few lakes, doesn't it? Minnesota?
Well, they call themselves the state of 10,000 lakes, but if I remember correctly,
That's a few.
Wisconsin has more lakes than Minnesota.
Really?
Okay, according to the DNR, Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, they say that there's 15,074 lakes in Wisconsin. The Minnesota Department of Natural Resources say they have 11,842. The problem is, define a lake, define how big a lake is. In Minnesota, they define a lake as a body of water that covers more than 10 acres of land. So that's how they got to their 11,482. Wisconsin defines a lake as a puddle or bigger,
Geez, that isn't
realistically. Many lakes are less than 10 acres in size. 60% of the lakes in Wisconsin don't even have a name. So if you use the 10-acre standard, Wisconsin only has 5,898 lakes as compared to Minnesota's 11,482.
I vote Minnesota then.
Now, if you take it above the state level and go to the federal level, how they define lakes or ponds, Minnesota has 124,662 lake or pond features. Wisconsin only has 82,000. Minnesota has 14,000 lake or pond features of 10 acres or more. Wisconsin is 6,176. So even being from Wisconsin, you kind of have to give Minnesota the nod on number of true lakes. But Wisconsin has more surface area covered by lakes than Minnesota does. Wisconsin has 17% of its surface area covered by lakes. Minnesota only 8%. But that counts the Great Lakes in the equation. Take the Great Lakes out, Minnesota has 5% of its surface area covered by lakes, just 3% for Wisconsin. And Red Lake in Minnesota, twice the size of Lake Winnebago in Wisconsin. So every time I try to get it back to Wisconsin, yeah, it's twisting right back towards Minnesota. If you want to call a puddle a lake, sure, it's Wisconsin.
Nope.
It's like calling a 9-pin tap 300 game with all 9 counts a true 300 game. It's 300. It's just not a real 300. Sure, it's a body of water. Is it really a lake? No, it's a pond or a puddle. So there you go. Minnesota may not truly have 10,000 true lakes, but they definitely have more lakes than any other state in the United States, and definitely have more lakes than Wisconsin. And if you ask some of these guys on the bottom of the standings, they feel like they're bowling while they're standing in a lake. So we'll let these players finish their last few frames of competition here and get into the re-rolling between squads. There will be fresh applications of the Dick Weber pattern made to all 24 lanes in play. And the B squad competitors will take to the lane. Scheduled start time 4:30 p.m. Eastern to wrap up qualifying day 1. So, Chase, thanks for sitting in on shift 1 with us. Another shift coming up right around the corner. For Chase Kaufman, I am Phil Brylow. Remember, parents, take the kids bowling because they'll have fun for life. Remember, $2 Phil told you so. We'll see you back here this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time for B Squad qualifying.
Other than my bowling, I'm all right. Yeah. Yeah. What's that? 180 something. There's too many easy spares.
It's in the bag.